season, 4 wins apiece after 8 meetings, including a split in the series. The rubber match starts early on Getaway Day at Nationals Park.
It's a great day for baseball.
Welcome to Nationals Park. It is a sizzler in our nation's capital today. And if you think you know what a power lunch looks like in Washington, D.C., check out these 4. Chipper, Dunn, the Hammer, and Zimmerman. Speaking of 4s, 4-4, the Nats against the Braves. It's been a pretty good battle all year long, and the Nats always play Atlanta very well over the last 6 years. Now, Rob, news, Steven Strasburg DL'd, and they reactivate Scott Olson, who starts today.
Well, yeah, they needed A, roster spot for Scott Olson, and B, you're going back to his start the 21st of July back in Cincinnati with Strasburg. So it's precautionary. I mean, they're going to basically rest him for 10 days. He'll throw on the side, see if his shoulder's okay, and test him. And as Jim Riggleman said, basically when they come back from the road trip, if he's able to pitch, he will. But for Scott Olson, he's back from his shoulder injury, and so now he's back going to face the Atlanta Braves, who he almost no-hit a few months ago. So it's a good sign to see some of our guys coming off the DL.
Last time he pitched against the Orioles, a 5-3 loss in Baltimore. But he's been good, especially against the Braves when he took a no-hitter into the 8th inning back in early May on May 6th.
Well, I mean, he's got great stuff. Great curveball, great velocity, and the tenacity that you can take out there every 5th day. And so it's wonderful to get Olson back in the rotation. You hate to lose a guy as good as Strasburg, but the bottom line is, listen, he's learning the ropes. Here's a young guy who's got over 100 starts in the major leagues that you're getting back in return. So we're starting to see our future. Some guys get healthy. Some guys need to get a little bit stronger.
With the retroactive DL, Strasburg's been on the DL almost a week already. So here's Michael Morris, who gets his 20th start. In the previous 19, he's hit .361 with 6 homers and 11 RBIs. How about Zimmerman, Dunn, the Hammer, and Morse, your 3 through 6 hitters today? Braves on the road, 24-29. And Washington trying to make this the third consecutive series where the home team takes 2 out of 3 when they play the Braves. Nyjer Morgan has really hit well against Derek Lowe, 16 at-bats, and more than half the time a base hit. And here's an indication of how close this series is. By the way, all time it's Atlanta 51-48. Back to 05. The Nationals bullpen has been great against the Braves. Aren't hitting much, not giving up hardly any runs at all against a very good Atlanta lineup. Now the Braves are 5th in the league in hitting, 5th in runs, 11th in homers, and Martin Prado doing the job on the road at home as well. Number 2 in batting average, number 1 in hits, multi-hit games, 2nd in runs, and he's even in the top 3 in the league in total bases. Amazing season for Martin Prado in that leadoff spot for Atlanta. So here's Scott Olson. In his career, he has started 13 games against the Braves. He's 3-5 with a 5.88 ERA against Atlanta.
PNC Bank Scouting Report brought to you by PNC for the achiever in us all. Scott Olson making his 9th start of the season, 121 over his career. Down and in, baby. Throw those breaking balls down in and on the righty. There's only one true lefty in the lineup. Put them away. Whatever you get ahead with, the 2 strikes, you got to put these guys away. Don't give them extra outs, and stay cool. Find a place in the dugout or down in the alleyway in between innings, and try to keep your energy so you can go 6 or 7 strong.
Defensively for the Nationals, Willingham, Morgan, and Morse across the outfield. Desmond with Ian Kennedy up the middle. Kennedy swung the bat pretty well last night. Zimmerman done the corners, and Wilmy Avis, day game after a night game, giving Pudge Rodriguez the day off. So Michael Morse gets to perform against a right-hander, and it'll be a difficult right-hander for him because Derek Lowe likes to pound right-handers down and in hard with that sinker. Crew chief Mike Riley, who worked the first ever game in this ballpark 2.5 years ago. 34th year for Mike behind the plate. Chad Fairchild, Eric Cooper, and Bill Miller have the bases. And the much anticipated return of Scott Olson. 59 games ago the last time he pitched. His career record, 35-43. As Rob mentioned, start number 121 tonight. Zimmerman, even with a bag at third for one of the best hitters in baseball this year, Martin Prado. So that one's right in there. 92 chance of storms this afternoon. Skies are partly cloudy, sun coming in and out right now, and a hot shot to Ian Desmond. Olson gets a 2-pitch out to start the game. Martin Prado with that out, 3 for 10 in this series, and all 3 of those hits coming last night.
Well, and Scott's been tough all season on hitters. He's only allowed 3 home runs in his 45 innings pitched, Bob. So keep the ball low, keep getting some ground balls. Got some decent power hitters, not many though.
Here's Jason Hayward, who was to have the day off. In the original Braves lineup, they had Omar Infante in right and Alex Gonzalez at short. Gonzalez not feeling well, so Infante goes to shortstop, and Hayward right into that number 2 spot. He hits one to Desmond. Ian knocks it down. Time to throw, and he got him on a close play. Hayward, for a big fellow, really gets down that line in a hurry. 2 outs.
Couple of ground balls to start the game off. Here's a fastball right down the middle. The youngster tries to pull it. He hits it on the ground, and Desmond recovers to throw him out at first.
Important thing about that play for Ian Desmond, don't panic and rush the throw. He still stayed relaxed and got it done. Outside to Chipper Jones. Chipper from the right side of the plate this year, 244. 259 left-handed. Chipper's had 2 RBIs on 2 hits and a sac fly in this series. Desmond, a busy man in the first inning. Olson gets 3 ground balls and a great start to his start today. It's now Derek Lowe in the nets. homers with 86. Nigel Morgan up top, Kennedy in front of Zimmerman. And Ryan has been hitting the ball well lately. Over his last 18 games, he's at .353, and that batting average has been hovering between .290 and .300 lately. This guy will have you pounding it into the ground as well, Derek Lowe.
PNC Bank scouting report on Mr. Lowe. He will throw a heavy sinker, just like last night, Tim Hudson. But right means might, and you're talking about Mike Morse in the lineup. Home runs, 9 to right-handed batters this year, 3 to left-handed batters, and Dirty Dozen, 8 straight years with 12 wins or more.
151 career wins and 85 career saves. Low against the Nats, 6-5 in 19 games, 13 starts against the Montreal-Washington franchise. Niger, 3 for 8 with a run scored in the series. He has his on-base percentage on the climb a bit at .320.
There's that sinker down and away. You cannot try to pull that pitch. You're going to have to smack that to the left side.
And a 1-2. Low and inside. St. Louis underway at New York after they had a 13-inning game last night. R.A. Dickey for the Mets. Mike McDougal got the win in that game, by the way.
McDougal! It's nice to see Mikey back in the big leagues.
There's Niger trying to pull that outside pitch route, just as you mentioned. And that's usually a rollover ground ball to the right side. Braves defensively, number 10 in the league. Alice Gonzalez out of there today, so Omar Infante's up the middle with Martin Prado. Hayward in right, Melky Cabrera, their center fielder, with Nate McLouth back in the minor leagues. Matt Diaz gets the start today, and there's Omar Infante, who went to the All-Star game. And, of course, Chipper and Glaus at the corners.
Wanted to say that was the 233rd ground ball out by Lowe this year, opposed to his 170 fly ball outs. So that's exactly what he tries to do, induce those ground balls. So the lefties have to take it just like a changeup. You got to go the other way with it, or else you just pound the ground.
1-1 to Adam Kennedy, hitting .257. His numbers have been on the rise. Like a backdoor breaking ball for the strike. Kennedy, 17 ball games, most recently hitting .341. Now, those 17 games spread over about 5 weeks. Target in. He was unlucky last night. Had an RBI hit taken away and a ball that slammed into the leg of Tim Hudson. And a 2-2 pitch coming. There's a textbook example of how you're supposed to hit that pitch.
Beautifully done.
But Matt Diaz plays him perfectly for the second out. Good at bat by Adam Kennedy.
This is a heavy 88-mile-an-hour sinker, and you see him just throw it out to left field. It's exactly what you do. Just throw the hands the other way. I like the matchup of some of our righties. If Zim tries to pull him, Willingham and Morse try to get that sinker when it comes down and into you and just drop the head.
3 Nationals have double-digit career hits against Lowe. You saw Niger Morgan, who has, well, he's about to have 10 if he gets one more. But then you have Adam Kennedy with 13, Guzman, who's not playing, with 12, and then Ryan Zimmerman with 10. He's 10 for 36. So some Nationals hitters have handled this guy in the past. Pitched against the Nationals June 29th. And Zimmerman will fly this one to right field for Hayward. Each pitcher enjoying a quick first inning. No score early, Olsen and Lowe. pitches in the first inning, he gets back to work. Call for the Luna Double. You can get your second room of flooring free at 877-241-LUNA. Here's our double down on the Luna second inning. Martin Prado just getting it done. Multi-hit games, 3-hit games 17 times. And he's also up there in doubles, extra base hits, total bases. Leads the league in hits with 137. You name it, Martin Prado's doing it with the bat for the Atlanta Braves. Gloss, Diaz, Infante, top of the second. Trey Gloss with a walk, 4 strikeouts in this series. He's 1 for 7. And a strike.
After a 0-1 count against Scott Olson, opponent's hitting .236.
Get ahead.
When he falls behind 1-0, they hit .302 off the field.
Right field side, Michael Morse, a ways to go. And drifting near the line, 4 in a row for Olson. First time the Braves have hit the ball in the air.
Well, the first 3 hitters all hit it to shortstop on the ground.
And here's Diaz with Infante to follow. Matt Diaz 0 for 3 in this series. Braves start the day 3.5 up on the Phillies, who host Arizona tonight. You talk about rumors flying around. One report has the Astros already agreeing to send Roy Oswalt to the Phillies, and J.A. Happ possibly involved in that deal. And if that happens, Oswalt could be starting here tomorrow night.
Because of the no trade clause, though, Roy Oswalt has to agree to that trade. And that's the only thing holding the deal up, supposedly. Wouldn't that be something? Halliday and Oswalt on the same team.
I'm wondering why they got rid of Cliff Lee. They could have saved themselves a lot of maneuvering.
There you go. And then the possibility of Cole Hamels in between those two guys.
Wow.
They do make the postseason. They'll be tough.
Yeah, it's all about pitching in those short series in October, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And the 0-2 to Diaz, hitting .248. Olson goes right after him. This ball will be tailing back toward Michael Morse. So evidently this is his inning to put some fly balls away after Desmond handled the 3 grounders. And it'll be Omar Infante now with 2 outs.
Well, if you look at the Yankees last year, they essentially won a World Series with 3 pitchers. You know, they went Burnett, Pettit, and CC Sabathia. They didn't really have to use a 4th starter.
Yeah, and guys like that will keep your bullpen fresh, too. Omar Infante, part-time action, hitting .327.
All-star.
Played in 72 of the Braves' 100 games. 208 at-bats. About half of what some of the guys on the team have. So how did he make the All-Star team?
Charlie Manuel liked him.
I guess so, with swings like that.
Thought he did a great job as a role player, and he was, like Ty Wigington, the re-entry player. Fastball to get ahead. Fastball swung right back through the box by Infante.
Who are the backup catchers for these 2 ball clubs? They're both in there today. David Ross and Will Nieves. Ross, 33 years of age, 9th year in the big leagues. Dodgers, Pirates, Padres, Reds, and Atlanta. He's always been in the National League. He's from Tallahassee, Florida, played for Auburn and the University of Florida. One of the few guys ever to play for 2 colleges in the same conference. And while a Gator in Gainesville, he was a teammate with Josh Fogg, Mark Ellis, and Brad Wilkerson, the former Nat, all on that Florida team.
former Nat, who's one of the only 2 guys ever hit for the cycle on this team.
You remembered that trivia, didn't you?
Well, I'm not going to forget that.
Who's the other?
Christian Guzman.
Okay.
2 years.
All right, it's 12:53 p.m. and Rob Dibble's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He's passed the test.
That's it. No more questions.
No more questions. Looked like an off-speed pitch. That'll drop in front of Nigel Morgan. Thinking about third. And a high throw gets away, but done backing it up. Infante made a big round to the bag. Almost got himself in no man's land, and then
now
Nigel tried to throw in behind him, and he doesn't look good getting back up at that bag.
He's not up yet. Still on one knee. Infante tries to stop coming around second base, and he gets back in there and just now getting to his feet and walking around gingerly, but Nigel Morgan launches that ball over Kennedy's head. There you see him stop, realizing that Nigel had already gotten to the ball.
Pair of 2-out hits by the Braves. That gets Melky Cabrera to the plate. He's been dangerous from the other side of the plate in this series. Right-handed. He's batting .274 on the year. And Melky Cabrera's come alive. He's 5 for 10 now over the last 3 games. Pitchers on deck. Have to keep that in mind here. They'll pop him up. Adam Kennedy is under it. Short center field. And at the last instant, Nigel Morgan makes the call. 3 fly ball outs this time. Covering the bases with Michael Morse. He's batting in a moment.
As we move to the bottom of the second inning against the Braves, Michael Morse getting a start against the right-hander today. And he told me that his mom, Arlene, really helped him along the way. He did grow up in a single-parent home with his brother, TK.
Every Sunday, me and her would go on a baseball field, and she would throw to me. Or because I was playing catcher at the time when I was young, she would throw to me, and I'll throw to her, like playing long toss, and she wouldn't back down from the ball or nothing. She would catch the ball, throw it back. She would throw batting practice to me, while the dads on other fields are throwing to their sons.
Michael told me, too, that his mom used to charge up her credit card. She would do anything to keep her sons active in sports. He didn't know it at the time, but he said he really appreciates it now, and it definitely has paid off, Bob.
By the time he made it to Nova High School in Davie, Florida, he was a shortstop. And when he came out of high school, rated the #1 shortstop in the state of Florida. No small honor by Baseball America magazine. He's in the hole, Willingham on deck, and Adam Dunn leads off, no balls, 1 strike. Adam is having a tough time right now. 0 for 8 in this series, 10 for his last 48. Still leading the league in extra base hits. 6th in total bases, and 3rd in slugging. And, of course, 4th in home runs with 23. Low and inside. Adam Dunn against Derek Lowe, 5 for 28. 179 career mark. He's been all over the National League stat sheet on a consistent basis all year. David Ross wanted that pitch way up. It was up and away, 2-2. Front foot, the heel of it, out of the batter's box, over on the side, which is unusual. We see a lot of guys take their back foot and erase the back line of the batter's box. We don't see too many who have their front foot on the chalk of the outside of the batter's box. Derek Lowe pounding him inside there. He had to really pull his hands in. Watch that right foot.
Well, he's so big, he covers almost the entire batter's box.
That is some wingspan, huh? 2-2 to Adam. And Dunn will hit it out to center. That ball's got some action on it, and it's way over the head of Melky Cabrera. Bounces up onto the batter's eye for a ground rule double. He hit that so hard, it was knuckling on Cabrera, who never did get a real good read on it. Not sure he could have made it back that far that quickly anyway.
Well, he just throws the bat at that sinker, gets the fat part on it. There you see the two-seam sinker on H.H. Gregg's Exmo camera action. So it's tailing away, and he just smacks it to center field, and it kind of carried way over Melky Cabrera's head as it tailed and then hopped up on the batter's eye.
Adam Dunn's 53rd extra base hit of the year. Best in the National League. Major League leader is Miguel Cabrera of the Tigers with 61. Josh Willingham.
He killed that ball, and he basically just threw his hands at the ball. And that's how strong Adam is.
Willingham did not start the ball game last night. Quickly reaching the 1 o'clock hour here at Nationals Park. No score, bottom of the second. Washington threatening here. Scott Olsen's off to a good start. 2 scoreless innings on 2 harmless singles. And the Nats are facing Derek Lowe, who's 10-8. With a nearly 4.5 ERA, high by his standards. His career ERA, 3.87.
About 3 years ago, he only allowed 14 home runs the whole year, 4 in the second half. He's already given up 12 home runs this season.
You know, Rob, he did that twice. 14, you're right, in 08, and 14 2 years before that, pitching for the Dodgers.
He's a tough guy to get the ball off the ground. I mean, he loves to throw that sinker. He throws a little bit of a slider. Not the greatest in the world, but it's effective enough to move away from righties and in on lefties. And he is just meticulous at keeping the ball at the knees.
And he only gave up 12 in 02 at Boston, pitching half of his games in cozy Fenway Park. Now, the 12 home runs, impressive enough, but that was while throwing 220 innings.
You got the stats out there. He had a couple of good years as a closer, too. Threw up a bunch of saves.
42 saves for them in 2000, 24 the year after that. At 42, led the American League. Willingham reaches. That'll advance the runner. Chipper has to play it bare hand. Plays it perfectly.
Wow.
And that keeps the Nats from having first and third, nobody out. But Adam Dunn does get to third base.
This is as good a play as you can make on this slow roller. Chipper coming in, moving towards second base. He's got to go across his body here to grab it, flick it over there underhand, and makes a perfect strike over to Gloss, as Bob said, or else we'd have first and third. This is just a great play by a heck of a third baseman over the course of his career. Made that so many times, but it's not as easy as he made it look.
Michael Morse with an RBI opportunity. He's taken advantage of those lately. And a big breaking ball that he couldn't reach. This is not an easy pitcher to hit a fly ball against. Michael Morse, by the way, 28 years of age, big guy, 6'5", 230. Nationals got him in the Ryan Langerhans deal. June 28th of last year. He was called up August 17th when Logan Kensing was designated for assignment. And then he hit .250 with 3 homers and 10 RBIs for the Nats in 32 games. 2-1. And as a pinch hitter last year, Michael was 6 for 19 with 8 runs batted in. Having a hard time laying off the Derek Lowe breaking ball, which is not his bread and butter pitch, but in this matchup it has been.
Well, he doesn't want to throw too many balls that move back towards Michael, so he's going a lot of little sliders away. Good hold up.
2-2. Morris will ground to short. No play at home. Michael gets the RBI. Good base running by Adam Dunn. He was moving on contact, and a good infielder decided not to give it a try. 1-0 Nationals. Michael Morse, 18th RBI.
Like Bob said, a great walking lead by Adam. He's coming down the line, sees it struck on the ground. He hustles towards home. I don't think you want to throw that, because if he had to do a bang-bang play with David Ross, I give the advantage to Adam Dunn. We've seen what he did to the kid in Cleveland. Carlos Santana, he crushed him. So good play by Infante to recognize that and throw to first base.
Most relieved guy on the field might have been David Ross. 0-1 to Desmond. Ian's had a good series. 3 for 6, couple of RBIs. Batting average back over 250. Well, Jim Riggleman loves National League Baseball, and that double with 2 ground balls to get a run will please the manager. He loves games that are played like that. He likes low-scoring, well-pitched, well-defended, well-played games. Inside, 2-2.
And with no errors, we'll call them clean games.
That's right. That's one of his favorite expressions. Will Nieves, the number 8 hitter, next. Ike Davis has hit his 15th homer of the year at Citi Field. Mets put 3 on the board up against Blake Hawksworth and St. Louis in the 3rd inning. Mets start today 7.5 back of these Braves. Marlins 8.5 back. And as mentioned, the Phillies, who've won 7 straight, are now within 3.5 games of Atlanta. And the Braves have their work cut out for them this weekend. They go to Cincinnati. Desmond really rocks one down the left field line and just foul. It's one of the hardest balls he's hit in quite some time. Just had enough hook on it.
Well, I like his approach here. He's looking in on sinkers. He finally gets a good one, and he smacks it down the left field line, just foul. Nice patience. He's been laying off a lot of little breaking balls down and away. He's trying to get him to fish and go after.
(3-2). Desmond hanging tough, getting some hacks. If you weren't with us when we signed on, Steven Strasburg placed on the DL today, but it's retroactive to July 22nd. So he's already been on the DL for a week.
Yes, he has.
So it won't be that big of a deal in terms of time missed. Desmond hits this one well to right center. Heading for the scoreboard and gone. Ian Desmond with his 7th of the year. 2-0 Washington.
Best at-bats of the year for Ian Desmond. looking to drive something on the inner half. Didn't get it. Get another slider down and away. This time he attacks it, hits it on the best part of the bat, and crushes it over the right center field wall. But in the middle of the at-bat, he made an adjustment, Bob, and said, okay, you want to pitch me away? I'll hit it away. And he killed that ball.
It's about 385 where that ball went over the scoreboard. You have to hit it more than 13 feet high to get it over, so that was very close to a 400-foot opposite field shot by Ian Desmond, who's now 4 for 7 in the series with 3 RBIs. Will Nieves. 1 ball, 1 strike. And as Rob mentioned a few moments ago, against a pitcher who's not easy to homer against. Derek Lowe's given up 13 now.
And 10 to right-handed hitters. So his sinker, which is supposed to jam right-handed hitters, is giving up 10 long balls.
Nieves takes a strike, and it's 1-2. That was number 87 for the Nationals. They've hit 87, given up 86. And that was the 80th homer they're given up by the Braves. They've hit 83. So 2 middle-of-the-road home run hitting teams here. And a 1-2 to Nieves. Will take it, low and inside. But I'll tell you, that home run will please Rick Eckstein no end. That's a piece of videotape he may show Ian the rest of the season. Remember that one you hit against Derek Lowe? You can do this if you stay on the ball. Scott Olson next here in the second. Whoa. And Scott Olson had to get out of the way of that screamer. That's why I always wonder. And he was right near the on-deck circle. A lot of guys stand closer to the plate here. Hang in there, Kev. But, you know, a lot of guys on deck are a whole lot closer to the plate. And I'm a little surprised baseball hasn't outlawed that, because it is so dangerous when there's a hitter on the opposite side of home plate. Low, Derek that is, having a hard time putting away the last 2 hitters after getting ahead.
That's the 31st pitch of the inning for Derek Lowe.
That'll put him up in the low 40s through 2. And if Will can get aboard here, that gets the pitcher up. Well, Chipper's going to have to charge another one. He can glove this one. Good inning for the Nats, starting with a done double, 2 ground balls, and then Ian Desmond about 400 feet to right center. 2-0 Washington into the third. Coming schedule. Who's pitching against Craig Stammen tomorrow night? Supposed to be J.A. Happ. but he could be traded to Houston between now and then. Night game Saturday, DC 50 joins us for a 1:30 on Sunday, and then it's on to a 7-day, 7-game road trip. The Nats will play 4 in Arizona and 3 at Los Angeles. And really, with the exception of a homestand in September, for the rest of the way, the schedule is pretty much a week gone, a week home, a week gone, a week home. There's a long homestand, Houston, Atlanta, Philadelphia, ending the home schedule in September before the Nats finish up in New York. But it's pretty much a week on, a week off for our season ticket holders and our Nats fans here at the ballpark. Here's Derek Lowe, 4 for 31 this year. He's a 140 career hitter. Olsen starts him with a strike. Lowe, 3 RBIs this year, 18 in his career. And Scott Olsen's 23rd pitch of the game is also a strike. It was a big out when he got Cabrera, not only because 2 men were on base, then you don't have to deal with Martin Prado to lead off the 3rd inning. Tried to go backdoor the breaking ball, the appeal. Chad Fairchild says no.
Well, the pitcher can't even go hide in some cool spot. He's going to grab a bat and go up there and hit after he just threw over 30 pitches in that last half.
Yeah, throw it in there. He might fly out to the left fielder. Willingham playing way over toward the gap, and that's the first out here in the 3rd. Hot day at the ballpark, 92 at game time. Just a bit of a breeze. The flags are barely moving. There's a breeze going toward the right field corner last half inning, but it's pretty much died down. Here's Prado, bounce to Desmond first time, and Scott throws one right down the middle.
Kyle, you finally gave me a good stat. The Nats are 28 and 22 when they score first. Braves 22 and 26 when the opponent scores first.
I think all the stats he gives you are good, but they're not all in the favor of the home team. That's
they're
what
not
you
all
mean, right?
Exactly. They're not all positive towards the Nationals.
There you go. Well, we have found out this year scoring first is huge. And the Nats over the last month have been in that stretch, Rob, where they've given up so many first-inning runs. Washington, by the way, 9 of 13, or 9 and 13 in the month of July. And including today, 3 more games to go. Target up, pitch up the middle. Desmond across his body, perfectly thrown, 2 down. And Ian Desmond's having a very busy and productive day.
First, he makes a fine play going to his left. Then he's going to have to make a strong throw. Prado's got some good speed. Going the other way across his body. A perfect strike to Adam Dunn. But watch this right here. This is athleticism, off-balance throw. Something on it. H.H. Gregg will show you. He picks it up, gets himself righted as best he can, gets a 3-finger grip on the ball, and a wonderful play by Ian Desmond.
And I know you're delighted when I listen to the gems of baseball knowledge you toss our way. Didn't you say last night you'd like to see the Nats throw him more high pitches?
Oh, absolutely.
Because he was wearing out the bottom of the strike zone.
Yes, he was.
And that time he went up and topped one.
And we keep pitching him away, and all he kept doing was either hitting it up the middle or slapping it to right center field. And he was doing a great job doing with what we were giving him.
Another ground ball. Kennedy has this one. And Scott Olsen has been really good through 3. 2-run lead to work with, and now he gets to lead off. Bottom of the 3rd. Fun pack. It includes a seat, a hot dog, chips, and a soda, starting at just $14. Go to nationals.com/kids to purchase your family fun pack tickets for this Sunday, when the Nats will face Cole Hamels, who's pitching for Washington remains to be seen. That, of course, was originally Steven Strasburg's day to pitch the second game for him on this homestand. Here's Olsen, 1 for 13 as a hitter this year. Scott can swing the bat. He's a 153 career batter with 15 RBIs. And Derek Lowe goes 2-0 on him. Tampa Bay ball club's winning again. Fourth inning at home, 3-1 over the Tigers. Tampa Bay's won 5 in a row, and they're 2 games behind the Yankees in the American League East. If it wasn't for them, the Yanks would have a healthy lead. They're 7 up on the Red Sox and 12 up on Toronto. Derek Lowe's 14th career start against this franchise. 2-2 pitch. Olsen swings through it, and Derek Lowe has his first strikeout. As mentioned earlier, Nyjer Morgan, pretty good success against Lowe. 9 for 17 now after he bounced out in the first inning. Nyjer came into this game hitting .333 over the last 2 weeks. And of course, 2 weeks ago today was the last day of the All-Star break. So he needs to have a much, much better second half.
Well, I think you may get your way with the Roy Oswalt start tomorrow night. It seems he's going to okay the deal to Philly, and then Philly will not be picking up his option for next year, which is, I think, $16 million. So it'll be more of a rental.
Did they say who they're giving up? We've heard J.A. Happ. There was another name being kicked around, and Rob and I saw some highlights of this guy this morning. We're like, whoa. They're really thinking about trading 22-year-old Dominic Brown? Another Georgia kid.
Doesn't really say, it just says that Oswalt is going to okay the deal. But yeah, I think they definitely be getting a little bit longer. There's a base hit by Nyjer Morgan right field. I think you'd have to give up more to get Oswalt to stay there. I think what it is Oswalt getting out of Houston at the same time going to a competitive team, and
that'll save Houston $16 million next year.
Exactly, and so he's helping out their team while he can also explore the free agent world again.
Yeah. Well, we hear there's, of course, one team in Texas up for sale, and the other one doesn't want to spend much money. And Houston will save big by not paying Roy Oswalt next year. Their problem is, how are they going to compete with St. Louis, Cincinnati, Milwaukee, Chicago in that division if they don't start upping their resources? Adam Kennedy lined out to left field first time on a good approach. Morgan dances off first, stays there. Nyjer Morgan is now within 4 stolen bases of Michael Bourne and the league lead. Bourne, of course, with Houston. Morgan with 27 steals.
You recall a recent deal, one Manny Ramirez gave up $40 million in attainable option years with the Red Sox to get out of Dodge and go to the Dodgers.
Morgan going. Good jump. Safe. Really good throw by David Ross. Right on the corner of the bag, but Morgan beat it, and that's number 28.
Niger gets a very good jump, but as Bob said, there you see him. Derek Lowe didn't make him stop. He got a good one-step jump right there, but Ross comes right up firing, throws a perfect strike to second. Exmo will show you the action right here.
Wow, that's close.
Hand just hits the bag as Infante is slapping the tag.
3 for 3 in this series, stealing. Kennedy, his ground ball will move the runner over, but that's the second out of the inning. Adam hits the ball sharply again, and Morgan's at third base with 2 outs. And a chance for Ryan Zimmerman to make it a 3-0 game. Adam Kennedy getting some good hacks.
Well, the more playing time he gets, the more the rust comes off of Adam Kennedy's bat, and he's just making more solid contact.
Zimmerman off the end of the bat, flied to right field, first time up.
Talked to Rick Eckstein extensively about Adam Kennedy and role players, Willie Harris, and the more they play, the more they get locked in. This is very difficult to get everybody the same amount of playing time at this level.
Niger Morgan singled with 1 out, stole second, went to third on the Kennedy grounder. 1-1 to Zimmerman, with Morgan coming down the line about 20 or 25 feet.
Well,
he's prepared to break if anything goes wrong between pitcher-catcher here, Robin. You do have a sinker ball guy on the mound.
I was just thinking pass ball, and with Chipper back about 15 feet from third, he can even get more.
2-1 pitch. Ryan with a right field swing, a little late. Adam Dunn doubled and scored in the second inning.
Well, Lowe, even with 2 outs, could elect to go from the windup. He elects to look at Niger Morgan at third. Go from the stretch.
2-2. Front door breaking ball that stayed inside. Had some cutting action right at the end of it. Ryan Zimmerman, 52 runs batted in. 7-game hitting streak on the line. He'll take another one inside, and the Nats have runners at the corners with 2 outs. Derek Lowe with his first walk, and he'll face the dangerous Dunn, who took him deep to center for a double first time up.
Derek didn't want to make a mistake, tried to run another breaking ball on that inner half, Bob, with a little front door breaking ball action. Last 2 pitches didn't work. Now David Ross comes out, throws some signals out there for a first and third situation to his infield. That is in kind of a strange configuration on defense.
Done is not done. Well said, guys. Yeah, know when the camera's on, hold them up. We have our own card section here today. Adam Dunn goes to left field. This ball carrying to the edge of the track and put away by Matt Diaz. Nats going to base it, a steal, a walk, leave their first 2 runners of the day and lead 2-0. And his 7th homer of the year, RBI number 43, Adam Dunn. In that same inning, doubled earlier, but the defensive part of this gem belongs to Scott Olson and Ian Desmond so far.
Well, Ian's made some great plays in short, but a lot of ground balls induced by one Scott Olson, and a great play by Nigel Morgan to take control of that soft fly ball to short center field. Scott Olson on top of his game, returning from a shoulder injury, and it's right where he left off against the Braves in May.
Chipper Jones, Troy Glaus, Matt Diaz, top of the 4th inning for Atlanta. Liner to right, Michael Morse, right there.
See that ball carry?
It's carrying today, isn't it?
Yeah, he looked like he was going to run in and have to make a shoe top catch, and ended up having to go back on the ball.
Well, and it's always good to have a lead early in a ball game when there is a threat of weather. Looking up Capitol Street past the Dome, there's some serious dark skies up north of us right now. Weather doesn't approach us from that direction, but there is weather in the area. Top of the 4th inning with 1 out, Troy Glaus the hitter. And Olson getting quick outs so far. He's been around the plate, good command, good movement, working well with Wilmy Avis. Mets have added a run to their lead. Citi Field, bottom 5, New York 4, St. Louis nothing. That's the only other National League game in progress. Great pull of the string on a changeup. Troy Glaus way out ahead.
You don't want to throw a big hammer guy a lot of fastballs, so he pulls the string on the changeup. Look at how far out in front Glaus was.
Now he tries to buzz him inside, missing. 2-2.
See the camera angle from above. See the turn towards first, balance point, go over that front foot, then fall to third. It's very quiet and slow today. A guy that's missed a lot of time, you would think he'd be a little bit anxious. Can't wait to get out there, but
pitch for Potomac at Winston-Salem a week ago. 4 runs, 3 earned, 6 hits in 5 innings. Didn't walk a batter, struck out 4. So he's feeling strong out there, but he's keeping it in check. And we know Scott's personality, Rob. He's a guy that gets a definite adrenaline rush when he's out there to start a ball game, and he's really kept himself quiet, compact, and under control.
Oh yeah, he's a gung-ho guy if there ever was one.
3-2 pitch. Misses. That's his first walk.
Well, he pitches around Glaus right here, but there you see a wonderful balance point. Perfect balance. Now go towards home. Here's the takeaway. You're going to reach out and grab the catcher's mitt, pull back your hand, and fire over that front leg. Just some wonderful mechanics shown by the Exmo camera.
Here's Matt Diaz. Diaz in the series 0 for 4. Occasional power. Good, solid right-handed hitter who can play different positions for Bobby Cox. He'll slice that ball right field way, and 7 or 8 feet foul. He's sort of the right-handed version of what Willie Harris was for Atlanta several years ago.
On that last pitch, first pitch was a changeup away, next pitch was a fastball away, and he just tried to launch it down the right field line. So Olson trying to get Diaz to pull that on the ground would induce probably a double play ball, but Diaz fighting it off.
They got him in a trade with Kansas City back in December of 2005. Originally drafted by Tampa Bay. And a 1-1, and he does launch one. There's that occasional power, and it happens for the 5th time this year, and Matt Diaz ties the game. Worst possible combination for a pitcher, walk and a homer.
Well, the location is just bad right here. It's up and in. It's supposed to be down and in. So you go away with 2, come back inside. The hitter gets a great read on the pitch and just kills it.
41st career home run in 8 years. He's a former Florida State guy. And now Infante goes up hacking. Oh, look out, Niger. That was Michael Morse's ball, and he takes it. Ball slicing back to the right fielder, 2 down. That'll bring up David Ross. The thing you don't want to do is get crossed up on routine plays. That was a routine fly ball.
Well, as Bob said, this ball is coming back to the right fielder, but Niger's also got the right of way as the center fielder. Just a little bit of a cross up as Mike Morse doesn't get an awful lot of playing time. To me, when I'm pitching, just somebody catch the ball. I don't mind who does it, just somebody catch it.
Here's David Ross. He's going to be 2 for 2 if this one's fair. Squirts its way down into the corner. He's digging for a couple. Ball gets by Michael Morse, and he'll get an error as Ross ends up at third base. Yeah. It'll be a double and an error on Michael Morse, his first miscue of the year.
I think you're going to see Michael try to do something you should never do, is pick it up barehanded. He goes down into the corner. It looks like he tries to grab that ball. No, it just took a bad bounce off the wall, and it'll bounce by him. So the ball bounces by Michael down the right field line, and Ross hustles his butt into third base.
If ruled a triple, it'll be his first of the year. They do give him 3 bags.
Yeah, it took a bad carom off of that angle on the right field wall.
All right, Derek Lowe's on deck. Here's the number 8 hitter, and the Nats aren't even going to approach pitching to Melky Cabrera. That was David Ross's 4th career triple, by the way, in 9 years. 2 on, 2 out. Pitcher coming up every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Miller Lite Party Night here at Nationals Park. You can get a scoreboard pavilion seat and a drink voucher for $20, $22 for Prime Games. Make sure to come early. Pregame happy hour at the Miller Lite Scoreboard Walk Bar featuring $5 beers. Well, we've got weather coming in. The wind is really kicking up. It's getting darker, and the Braves have tied the game. Important now for Scott Olson to keep this thing 2-2. Throws a breaking ball in there to the pitcher, Derek Lowe. Wind is coming straight down from the north, blowing in hard from left field. Conditions changing by the minute. And of course, up here in 7th heaven, we get lots of wind currents. Oh, 2. Screech right behind the on-deck circle, and Derek Lowe fouls another.
It's a breaking ball inside, fouls it off his ankle. Not that you haven't done that to a few hitters in your day. So what do you gets a little bit of his own medicine on the breaking ball, hits him off the outside of his ankle. He's going, oh, man.
Lowe still walking around a bit. That's his plant foot as a pitcher and as a hitter. Target away. Called strike and the inning's over. But the Braves on the Diaz homer after the gloss walk get two. It's a tie game, middle of the fourth.
Sometimes you have to barehand it, just pick it up. You don't have an awful lot of time to think, throw across your body, but you also have to try to gain some balance at the same time. And the Exmo shows the beautiful wonderment of the human body, being able to contort to all kinds of positions. There, Ian Desmond is going to come across the middle, be spinning towards right field, puts his back to the right fielder, and throws it perfectly to first base. So you want to play at this level? You got to throw from every arm angle and on the run and going all over the infield and outfield. But you better be able to throw a perfect strike at the same time.
Chipper doing that well. Willingham, Morse, and Desmond, bottom four. AT&T trivia. Which three active players have played at least 10 seasons and never been on the disabled list? I don't think Chipper's one of them because he missed that entire 94 season.
That's a good call. I think Adam Dunn missed some time a few years ago.
Josh Willingham was on the DL a couple of years ago for Florida. So there might be one or two of them in the ballpark today. We'll check it out. 10 years, no DL.
Derek Lowe guy on the mound. So they say three? Three players.
Three of them.
Has Pudge Rodriguez ever been on the DL? Oh, he just went on this year, didn't he?
Yeah, this year he did. Adam Kennedy's been on the DL. A lot of medical questions around the ballpark this week.
We'll think of that one.
On a breaking ball, Josh Willingham can't get to it. Strikeout number 2 for Derek Lowe. Well, evidently, even before he got his first base hit, Michael Morse was popular in Seattle. Walking to the plate, the We Love Mike section. He got jammed, but took it to right center.
Looked just like his hit last night. Drove in a run. All he does is hit.
Michael Morse with Seattle 05 to 08. Never played more than 72 games.
Well, and he got hit.
Wow. Born in Fort Lauderdale. White Sox originally drafted him. Nats got him for Ryan Langerhans, and that's what he did so far with the Nats. 312, 9 homers, 74 ball games. And that's over last year and this year.
And I may be mistaken, but I think Langerhans, wasn't he drafted by the Braves originally?
Oh, yeah, he was a Brave. In fact, the Braves moved him to Oakland for something like 1 day, and then the Nationals got him. Ryan was all over the place there for about a week or so. Runner at first. Here's Desmond, who had, as Rob said, putting it very well. One of his best at bats, if not best at bat of the entire year. 9 pitches, fell behind, fought off some tough ones, almost doubled down the left field line, and then homered over the scoreboard in right center. And he'll hit this ball well out to left center.
Get going.
And that is over the reach of Matt Diaz. Michael Morse and the Nats get a bad break as it bounces into the bullpen. It appears Morse would have been able to come around third base and score on that. And Ian Desmond has 6 total bases today. Well, that anything hits that warning track, it is out of here.
Well, if we didn't have some bad luck, maybe we wouldn't have any luck at all. And this ball is crushed, sinker down and in. He finally gets that ball on the inner half that he was waiting for last at bat. And, of course, it bounces over the bullpen wall, bullpen fence.
Second and third, 1 out. Can Will Nieves give the Nats the lead here? He goes up hacking.
Actually got a Will Nieves type pitch that was moving away that he could slap to right field. Maybe we can water the warning track a little bit, because
that thing is hard as a rock.
Adam Dunn's ball bounced over. I don't know who bounced another ball into the center field grass.
Zimmerman the other night.
So it's been actually hurting the home team to have that hard warning track. A good sinker right there by Lowe.
Two. And Will takes that one well upstairs. Will Nieves, 11 RBIs on the year, hitting .182. I don't know how he reached that breaking ball so far off the plate, but he did. Scott Olson next. 1 out here. Bottom 4 in a tie game. And Nieves beats it right center. More scores. Desmond coming home. Will Nieves puts the Nats on top. 4-2.
Nice job.
His forte, hitting the ball the other way.
Almost a little disrespectful pitch into Will when you could walk him and get to the pitcher. And so what does Will do? He slaps a base hit into right center field, and 2 runs come in.
Morse who was hit, Desmond who doubled.
Nice job.
Still only 1 out here. Now you want Scott Olson to bunt and get Will Nieves to second base, giving Niger Morgan a shot.
Clutch hit.
Olson bunting right through that one. Scott's pretty good handler of the bat. 30 career sacrifice bunts. That was well off the plate, and he couldn't get it fair.
Yeah, you can't stab at it. You got to let it come to the bat. And at the last minute, he threw the bat out, trying to get it down the third baseline.
Yeah, the thing you don't want on a bunt is the bat moving toward the ball. You want the bat stationary as possible.
You want to move your legs, bend your knees, go up and down to meet the ball, but you don't want to have the bat try to meet the ball.
In that time, he got around 2 early, and not a good at bat by Scott Olson. 2 outs in the inning. Derek Lowe with his 3rd strikeout.
That's all right. He's pitching a heck of a game right now. Give him a pass on the bad bunt.
All right, let's talk about those healthy guys on our trivia. 3 active players, 10 seasons, never disabled. All pitchers. Oh, Levon. We should have had that one. Niger Morgan with a base hit last time.
Niger hitting .340 with a runner on first base this year.
Interesting stat.
That is a very interesting stat. We saw him get a lot of 2-out clutch hits on the road trip.
Well, he's 4 for 10 in this series. Getting on base more regularly. He has the same number of strikeouts as Ryan Zimmerman, and that's a department that Niger really needs to cut down and make contact. He makes contact, he's got a chance to get on base a lot. 3-1 pitch. He makes contact. Unlucky. Prado stabs it, and the inning is over. A good one for the Nats, though. The big blow. Will Nieves, 2-run single, 4-2, Washington. Desmond also checking in with a home run and a run batted in on this blast to right center back in the second.
We used to say, have a day, Bob. Playing great defensively, swinging the wood, getting the most out of his talents today. That ball, a sinker in, not going to grab that one. Bad luck, though, on the hard warning track. Could have been an RBI for Mr. Desmond. Could have had a couple today.
Willie Avis made up by driving in both runners. Top of the fifth inning now, a key inning for Scott Olson. Prado, Hayward, and Chipper Jones.
Tim Kirkchin is reporting that the Orioles have hired Buck Showalter, and his first game will be Tuesday versus the Angels.
Desmond again, backhand side. There's that gun. 1 out. So Buck Showalter back in the American League, where he had some success with the Yankees.
Well, Prado hits it off the hard part of in front of the plate. Desmond double pump, and he gets him by a step. Nice strong throw. Adam Dunn. Looked like he got it in the palm of his hand. Not happy with that. As Desmond throws as hard as Sean Dunston.
5 assists for Desmond today. And this ball attempted to be pulled. The left-hander Hayward right to Kennedy. And 2 quick outs here in the top of the fifth inning. Hollywood Casino, Charlestown Races league leaders. Most RBIs all time by switch hitters. George Davis, actually 2 centuries ago, 1900s. Chipper's right in the middle of that list with Eddie Murray, the great number 7 of the Yankees. And a St. Louis Milwaukee switch hitting catcher, Ted Simmons, who's on Buddy Black's staff out in San Diego. Get ready for one blockbuster hit after another. Hollywood Casino at Charlestown Races, West Virginia. Breeze blowing in steadily from the north. Chipper Jones goes right center. Ball carrying to Michael Morse. And then the wind knocking it right down into his glove. Official ball game now. 4.5 in the book, and the Nats lead 4-2. For IT pros, Debbie Taylor has our FC a sideline report.
Well, we're covering the bases with Michael Morse, and he actually keeps his bats in a humidor. It was a gift from one of his favorite ex-teammates.
Ichiro Suzuki, a good friend of mine in Seattle, he has this bat case that he carries with him everywhere. It's got a key, locks it, he puts his bats in there, and people always wonder, what is it? It's a humidor that keeps the moisture in the bats. It doesn't dry them out, it keeps them nice and hard. Spring training, I get a huge package, in Melbourne. And it was this big box, and I opened it up, and it was a huge humidor with my name on it, with my number, and all the stuff I need for it. That's one of the nicest guys in baseball.
Well, Ichiro was nice enough to also give Michael a lifetime supply of the crystals that are used to keep the bats cold, and the two, of course, remain good friends, Bob.
All right, Debbie, thank you. Interesting story. You can't argue with what those Morse bats are doing. Adam Kennedy goes up swinging, bottom of the fifth. And just before first pitch, a loud clap of thunder directly overhead here. Our friend Jim Williams from the Examiner emailed me a moment ago and said, look out below. He's north of here and says it's been wild up there, and there's definitely weather coming in. Good thing the Nats have the lead, and this is an official ball game with the home team ahead, moving to the bottom of the fifth. Kennedy's lined out to left, bounced out to second. He hits another hard ball out to center field, and Cabrera there. Melky has it for the first out. Well, we heard the rain might arrive about 1 o'clock. Glad the forecast is an hour late as we hit the 2 o'clock hour here. Nationals Park, rubber game of the 3-game series, the Nats and the Braves, and a 4-2 Washington lead. Ryan Zimmerman 0 for 1 with a walk. A lot of kids here today. Different groups are here in their summer T-shirts.
Yeah, they might want to take some cover.
Yeah, I was just thinking we need to keep those kids safe here at the ballpark, and I'm sure their leaders will be keeping an eye on things here. Ballpark's loud and lively today with all the kids having fun. Colorful crowd. Blues, reds, yellows, greens, oranges. 1-1 to Zimmerman. And Ryan can't reach that breaking ball of Derek Lowe. And a 1-2 to Ryan. He got a pitch to turn on. Got inside on him just enough. Matt Diaz for the second out. Well, you talk about getting to the end of July and hitting a wall. These guys got to the right field corner. Bang, bang, bang. Tom didn't know what to do, and he said, they're down, I'm in. Geico President's Race.
George W. hurting there. Wandering all over the place.
We may have some concussion symptoms there.
Rattled those wooden teeth.
Adam Dunn, a double and a fly ball to left. Tried to pull that outside pitch. Well, they're trying to set a new land speed record up in New York. St. Louis and New York in the 8th inning, 4-0 Mets. R.A. Dickey for New York trying to win his 7th game of the year. Way inside to Dunn, 2-2. He hooks that one hard. Usually a base hit, but not against the shift. And the Nats go quickly in the bottom of the 5th inning. Olsen back to work, leading 4-2. chair. Ryan Zimmerman elevating after a walk-off hit. 4-2 Nationals, top of the 6th inning coming up. Two vital positions on the field, pitching, shortstop, both having really good days.
Yeah, Scott Olson, great to have him back on the mound. And Ian Desmond is just playing some great shortstop, and this is the kind of stuff they talk about all the time, how he's a difference maker. And he's also a difference maker at the plate today, having a great job, doing a great job hitting the ball well, too. So you take balls away and runs away on defense, and both our pitcher and our shortstop doing a great job. And hopefully Scott Olson can make haste and try to eat up a couple more innings before maybe the rain comes.
Olson, 65 pitches, 43 strikes in his 5 innings of work. Troy Gloss leads off here, and Olson throws a strike. Nationals, by the way, have Derek Lowe up to 98 pitches in 5 innings. Gloss in the air to right. Michael Morse has been busy today as well. He's tracking it, and he's catching it while bouncing off the barrier. With the breeze coming in from left field, it was pushing the ball away from him. Good play.
Well, this is just a nice job. The wind is blowing it. He's like, okay, I got to get on my horse. And then he's got the hard wall coming up quickly. Never takes his eye off of it, keeps his focus until right at the end where he can feel the wall coming up quickly.
Here's Matt Diaz, who homered last time up. Hits it hard. Desmond, and it got by him on the backhand side. Not really a ball that he would have had time to charge.
Oh, no, that was
pretty much had to play it off to that side.
It's going to be a tough one on the official score because he's had such a great day at shortstop, and then this ball kind of eats him up on the shot, but I think it was hit pretty hard.
That'd be a tough error.
Now, this is just a pitch up in the zone. It's a shot by Diaz.
That speed makes that play look a lot easier than what it was. No ruling yet. First pitch changeup for a strike to Omar Infante. They've given Ian Desmond an error on that. His 24th of the year. That ball right through Will Nieves. Down to second base, Diaz. Not a good time to start having some defensive miscues.
That'll get Tyler Clippard moving around. Last pitch here by Olson.
That's got to be a pass ball.
Yep, he just missed it.
Tyler Clippard, more of a middle innings guy now.
Peter Moylan, he may be getting a little action. Bob said, what have we got, 98 pitches or 96 on Lowe so far?
98, 62 strikes, 5 innings. There will be bullpen today. The Nats were hoping for upwards of 6 innings from Scott Olson, so here he is in the 6th. Pitch count still very reasonable. Dangerous line drive hitter here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Yep, just like that. And that'll score a run. Because of the official scorer's decision, that run will be unearned. And the Braves are right back in it, down 4-3.
I'll give Omar Infante a lot of credit. He smells out this breaking ball down and in, and he just takes it down and into right center field. And that will bring Steve McCaddy out for a little chit-chat here.
So the Braves have a hit in this inning. They've scored a run. David Ross a triple. That didn't hurt back in the 4th. Earlier in the inning, the 2-run homer by Matt Diaz after Troy Gloss was walked. The big sequence in the game.
Doing well on the 1 through 4 guys. It's the 5 through 7 that are hitting the ball well today.
According to a report out of Houston, the Astros have also considered trading Lance Berkman, which would be hard to imagine. That's kind of like Biggio and Bagwell going somewhere else. He took over as a killer bee when Derek Bell left. 1 on 1 out for the Braves here in the 6th, and David Ross 2 for 2, the hitter.
Well, and if you're willing to trade one of the most liked players on that team by the fans, Roy Oswalt, it would not stop you from trading one of the other most well-liked players in Lance Berkman.
Four-3 Nationals. Tying runs on first, 1 out here in the 6th. Olsen off speed, missing, 2-0. Now left-hander Sean Burnett joining in the bullpen. And the reason for that might be the Braves have Eric Hinsky on the bench with the pitcher's spot approaching. They have Brian McCann, who they could use, but much later. And that ball popped up left side by Ross. Wind is blowing it all over the place. Look where Desmond catches it. He and Zimmerman thought that ball was going 50 or 60 feet farther.
Yeah, but right at the last second, the wind blowing straight in from left field. A little bit of rain starting to fall now.
Tomorrow night, come on out to the ballpark. Niger Morgan bobblehead for the first 15,000 fans, presented by PNC Bank. 7:05, Nats Phillies. Saturday night is the bobblehead night, pardon me. And then there will be another one late August on a Saturday when Pudge Rodriguez will bobble his way into the ballpark. So Saturday night, Niger Morgan. Saturday, August 28th, Pudge Rodriguez. And we're looking at both of them in our booth today. They're bringing us some luck so far. Melky Cabrera, 2-0. Thunder rumbling here at the ballpark. Just a light sprinkle so far.
Bob, DC is now under a severe thunderstorm watch until 7 p.m.
Heads up. Flying harmlessly into the camera bay down there.
So our cameramen taking some risks down there today.
They're the Dodgers today.
Yeah.
Look out, Eddie.
Miguel Cabrera, let's go with the bat. Get some more pine tar, my man.
And top hand came off first.
Exmo showing the action. Look out. Let me get some of that good grip stuff, the Manny Mota. Stuff they outlawed Lester Hayes from using in the NFL. Sticky grip.
Guess the latest purge in Major League Baseball, orange shoes, huh?
Well, yeah, Brian Wilson just a little out of uniform with those orange shoes, and blew the save last night, by the way. So they weren't lucky shoes.
Like cutting Sampson's hair, huh? 2-1 to Cabrera. Short lead by Infante. Outside. Brooks Conrad, switch hitter on deck for the Braves. So no matter which way the Nats go with their bullpen, Bobby Cox would have a decent matchup. Olsen at 80 pitches. That's a big one right there. Adam Kennedy gets it, and he's out of the inning. Braves pick up an unearned run, and after 5.5, the Nationals still lead 4-3. batter's box, they need to get covered up. But the grounds crew is busy, fans looking for shelter, and it's suddenly raining very hard at Nationals Park. As we usually do, we'll keep you posted at the bottom and the top of the hour on weather conditions. Right now, going into the bottom of the 6th, Nationals lead 4-3. Lightning overhead. We'll keep you posted from Nationals Park. gives up 2 earned runs. Ian Desmond has had a homer, a double, scoring 2 runs, driving a run home, and of course the big blow of the game for the Nats, Will Nieves, the 2-run single in the 4th that put them on top 4-2. Braves got a run in the 6th. So here we go. Josh Willingham against Peter Moylan. It'll be Moylan's first appearance in this series, and he appears in his 54th ball game of the year. Game resumes with a foul ball at 3:47. So it's a rain delay of 2 hours and, 1 hour and 32 minutes. And Sean Burnett warming up for the Nationals. Tyler Clippard had warmed up before the break. And Josh Willingham now with an 0-1 pitch from Moylan that's inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Willingham 0 for 2 today. Ground ball to third and a swinging strikeout. Moylan facing Willingham, Morse, and Desmond here in the Washington 6th. And Rob, of course, obviously neither starter coming after a 92-minute delay. So these relievers get ready in a hurry, and Sean Burnett probably doesn't even need half the time he'll have by the time he gets to the mound.
Yeah, Sean Burnett would be ready probably with 1 out to come back out here.
Chipper Jones to his left. Chipper's had quite a defensive day, like Ian Desmond and the Nats. And Michael Morse will be next. Here's the in-game box score. Morse has an RBI and a ground ball back in the 2nd. Desmond then hit a home run. And Will Nieves, 1 for 2, drove in 2 runs in the 4th inning. Nyjer Morgan has a single and his 28th stolen base of the year. So Morse, 0 for 1. RBI ground ball hit by a pitch, scored a run. There's a big breaking ball from Moylan. Peter Moylan, of course, a right-handed sidewinder. Nothing he throws goes very straight.
No, he drops down Laredo from the side, makes the ball move in and out with that big whip action. Very few guys in the major leagues like Moylan.
And Morse will bounce it up the middle. Base hit. I don't think he ever plays a game without getting a hit, and most of the time an RBI. And Michael Morse is aboard with 1 out. And Ian Desmond's had a big day. Rob, homer, and a double.
Well, it's been a long day, but it's been a great day for Ian Desmond. Took a pitch the opposite way after looking in. He finally went away. Playing some great defense going to his left up the middle. Then he came up. A huge hit here into the gap. So Ian Desmond having some fun on both sides of the ball.
And really the error they charged him with was a questionable call on a hot shot by Matt Diaz back in the 6th. So he's at the plate, 1 on, 1 out. The infield appears to be in great shape. The grounds crew got the tarp on in a hurry. The one trouble spot could be behind 3rd and short. That's where they drain the tarp, and it's a bit of a quagmire out there. And we could see some interesting conditions on anything hit over that way. There's a pitch out, and Michael Morse holding. Bobby Cox thought Jim Riggleman might be hitting and running there. Morse has not attempted a steal. Now he's running, and Desmond just misses 3rd base with a ground ball. Well, sky's clearing. Sun was out a moment ago. right now at 3:52. Looking pretty good at the ballpark. Traffic all jammed up on 395, so everything is as it should be. Desmond now with his 2 hits today, 5 out of 8 in this series with a home run and 3 RBIs. 1-2 pitch. Waves at a breaking ball way off the plate. He's gone. And Will Nieves, big hit of the ball game. A 1-out, 2-run single with the pitcher on deck that turned a tie game into a 4-2 affair. And for Will, RBIs number 12 and 13. Willie Harris next for Scott Olson, who's technically still in the ballgame. By the way, since we last visited with you, the Mets closed out that 4-0 win against St. Louis. Tampa Bay won their game 4-2 at home over Detroit. Pirates are at the Rockies right now, 5-1 Colorado in the second, and the Marlins are just underway at San Francisco behind Anibal Sanchez. Later tonight, the Phillies hosting the Diamondbacks behind Kyle Kendrick.
Moylan very slow to the plate, better than 1-2. Probably why they sent Morse. Try to get a runner in the scoring position maybe now with 2 outs.
And you would think that a right-handed batter like Nieves would not be able to pull this pitcher, who seems to live on the outside corner. That time he really jammed him well off the plate inside, and Will couldn't hit it fair. Morris is running, and Nieves fouls it again.
Well, he's very difficult on righties, his deception here, as he hides the ball with his front shoulder, glove coming up, and then he'll sling it from the side. The ball will sink back on righties. Then he'll cut it and make it go away from righties. Lefties get a much better view of the ball coming out from the side.
And a bouncing ball to the right side, handled by Prado. So after an hour and a half minute wait, the Nats go in the 6th. 7th inning coming up, 4-3. Unleash your own great moment. Starts at Hager.com. And by Acura. Acura Advance. Some hot wings for the top of the 7th inning. And the Braves will have their pitcher spot due up. Looks like Brooks Conrad will pinch hit for their pitcher, Peter Moylan, in relief of Derek Lowe, who went 0 for 2. And the big damage done. Troik lost that walk back in the 4th with 1 out, and then Matt Diaz unloaded his 5th homer of the year to left field. Sean Burnett against Brooks Conrad, a switch hitter who will obviously bat right-handed. Conrad as a switch hitter. 36 at bats, 10 homers, 3 pinch home runs, and 10 RBIs. Conrad, Prado, and Hayward here in the top of the 7th inning. And Sean just misses with a fastball away. So Scott Olson goes 6 innings, 3 runs, 2 earned, 5 hits. Walked a couple, 1 intentional, 1 strikeout, a home run, 81 pitches, 52 strikes. Good off-speed pitch by Sean Burnett. Well, Rob, I know it's been a while. Your assessment of what you saw from Scott today.
I liked it. He looked like he just ran out of a little bit of gas at the end there, and that's totally understandable. The adrenaline level, I'm sure, was pumping through his veins, and as the game wore on, he probably just got a little bit more tired, especially with the heat. There's a strikeout of Conrad by Sean Burnett to start off the top of the 7th inning. Scott Olson's day, Bob, was excellent. He challenged hitters all day, got ahead in the count, got a ton of ground ball action, and he kept the Braves pretty much at bay, changing speeds, inside, outside, changing eye levels, and then when he needed to make a pitch, he made his pitches, got the ground balls, and then the team added some support with 4 runs. So very nice return by Scott Olson.
8 ground ball outs by Olson today. For the most part, pitch to contact. Left-hander Mike Dunn will take over bottom 7 for the Braves after they just hit for Peter Moylan. Martin Prado 0 for 3 with 3 ground balls to Ian Desmond. So here we are, 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Ball game started 3 hours and 23 minutes ago. We had a crowd of 30,263 here today. It was a real good, raucous, lively crowd. A lot of kids in the stands today. This ball-driven foul out of play, right field side. And the count's 1-2 to Martin Prado. 3 for 12 in this series. Nice catch, buddy.
Yeah, what a disparity with Sean Burnett. Lefties hitting 328 off of him coming into today. Righties hitting 185.
That has to be one of the biggest anomalies in the league. I mean, that big of a disparity?
Yep, that big of a disparity.
So do you pull him before Hayward comes up? This ball will play right field side for Michael Morse, and Sean keeps taking care of right-handed batters. 2 down.
Well, you try and get him through this guy. After you get 2 outs, you leave him in there to try to get this lefty, but with Chipper Jones coming up, some of his powers from the left side, might want to keep him right-handed.
Here's Hayward. Didn't know he was starting until just before game time. And he's grounded out 3 times, once to short, twice to second. Well, Sean this year has fallen behind a lot of left-handed batters, so that helps. and a fastball that's over the plate but low, 2-1. This would not be a well-timed walk. Chipper Jones will bat with the tying run on base.
Pitch was down to a 6'5" Giant.
Close enough, according to the pitch track, to be a strike 2 call. Here's Chipper. 0 for 3 today. He's pulled it once to the shortstop, and then 2 fly balls to right. Burnett stays away from it. He drives this ball to right and out of play. Because of the walk, suddenly a very important spot in this ball game. Nats on top 4-3, 7th inning. Burnett, pretty much the same location. Throwing the ball over the plate, not able to elevate it much. And another dangerous hitter waiting, Troy Glaus. Out to short. Desmond gets behind it. Over to Kennedy. Nats are out of the inning. The Hardy fans who remain get to stretch. Covering the bases with Michael Morse. More on him coming up.
With his first pro contract, he was out celebrating with some friends in a restaurant in South Florida when Alex Rodriguez walked in, and of course he had to stop and get his attention.
Mr. Rodriguez, my name's Mike Morse. I just got drafted, you know, and the first thing he said was, let me guess, pitcher. I was like, no. He was like, outfield. I was like, no, I'm a shortstop. And he's like, all right. And he's like, yeah, that's great. You know, that's awesome. You know, and he said, stay focused, and no matter what happens, stay positive. Yada yada yada. And so by the end of the night, the waitress came over and was like, that guy paid for your meal, paid for the whole table. It made me feel real special. And he's one of my favorite players even to today.
Well, Michael definitely has listened to his advice. He is one of the most positive members of this Nationals ball club, Bob.
Well, he's got a great personality. And I loved what Mike said when we talked to him last week on the road trip. He doesn't worry about whether his name's on that lineup card every day. He really wants to get his work in before he even knows he's starting the game or not. He's got a great approach on a day-by-day basis. Left-hander Mike Dunn comes in for the Braves here, bottom of the 7th. Alberto Gonzalez will pinch hit for Sean Burnett, who just threw that scoreless 7th inning. That's a strike. Gonzalez has a pinch hitter this year. 6 for 27 with an RBI. Only his second at bat in this series. Pretty good numbers as a career pinch hitter. Mike Dunn, just 4 games for the Yankees last year. Came over with Melky Cabrera in the Javier Vasquez deal. Bounces that one. That was on December 22nd. And Dunn in his 5th game with Atlanta. So this is just his 9th Major League appearance.
MLB.com is reporting that Oswalt told them he will start for the Phillies against us tomorrow night.
The last time he started against our ball club was interesting, wasn't it? Thrown out of the game early by Bill Hahn. That's a nasty breaking ball down in the zone that strikes out Alberto Gonzalez.
Good breaking ball here by Dunn, down and in, as Alberto swings over the top of it.
So Craig Stammen, Roy Oswalt tomorrow night. Well, we told our fans a couple days ago, buy up tickets for the weekend and keep the Philly fans out of the ballpark. But I have a feeling a lot more of them will want to come down here and cheer for Roy Oswalt tomorrow night, if that's the scenario. Top of the order, Nyjer Morgan 1 for 3. Chippers on the grass at 3rd. That's a good front door breaking ball on the inside corner, 1-1. Morgan in the series, 4 for 11, 3 stolen bases, 1 run. Fastball just off the plate. Mike Dunn, originally drafted by Houston, 14th round in 03, didn't sign. Then, after going to the Community College of Southern Nevada, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? Bryce Harper signed to play at A&M and then ended up getting drafted again. Morgan drives this ball to left. It'll back up Matt Diaz near the line, but he has it for the second out. Tomorrow night, Nats, Phillies, Miller Lite Party Night out there in center field. Live music, games, and $5 drinks at the Miller Lite Scoreboard Walk until first pitch. Make sure you stick around after the game. Friday night fireworks at Nationals Park. Nationals.com/tickets for all your information. Saturday night is Niger Morgan bobblehead evening. Sunday family fun day where the homestand wraps up against the Phillies. There's Adam Kennedy 0 for 3. I wonder if Jim Riggleman thought about hitting Christian Guzman here from the right side. Zimmerman on deck. Guzman, though, is 0 for 5 in this series and 0 for his last 12. Ryan has a 7-game hitting streak at stake. 0 for 2 with a walk. Fastball is by Kennedy, 1-2.
96. Bayou. Looked like Dunn was using a lot of off-speed stuff and sinking stuff until saving some good heat when he needed it.
Kennedy will stroke it out to the shortstop, Infante. So 3 relievers have come into the game after the rain. All of them have pitched scoreless innings. It's a well-played game. This has been a real solid series for the Nats. They've given the Braves everything they want.
Well, they're playing pretty clean right now. They're getting timely hitting. They're getting the defense they need, and they're getting pitching to go deep enough into a ballgame, including Miguel Batista when he came in for Steven Strasburg. So if you can get a certain amount of outs and you can be the bridge and get into the middle of our bullpen, we got a good shot. And right now, Drew Storn has to go out there and try to get 3 quick outs and possibly get the closer into the ball game. But bottom line is, when you play good, solid defense, you give your team a chance.
And part of that solid defense would be Gonzalez at second, up the middle with Desmond. Drew Storn and Troy Gloss here. There's that slider. First pitch strike. Matt Diaz, Omar Infante. Braves have a left-handed pinch hitter available today, Eric Hinsky. Something to keep in mind as they make the way down to the bottom of the order with Matt Capps on tap if things work out here in the 8th. Troy Gloss 0 for 2 with a walk. In the series, he's 1 for 9 with 2 walks and 4 strikeouts. That's up and in, 2-1. We showed you the number last night about Storen, how efficient he's been. Obviously not inheriting any runners here, starting an inning. Line drive, and Gonzalez can't get it. Troy Glaus, only his second hit of the series in 10 ABs, and the Braves have the tying run on here in the 8th. This delayed copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Washington Nationals.
Well, not a bad plan of attack. Glaus has kind of a slower bat later in his career. You don't want to hang a slider and have him get on one and possibly get a home run. So late on the swing, got jammed and fought a single into right field.
Brent Cleveland, pinch runner. Here's Matt Diaz, the biggest swing of the day for the Braves. After Glaus walked with 1 out in the 4th, Scott Olson threw one, middle in, high enough in the zone, and Matt Diaz took it out of here. There's a lot of hitting room on the right side. Zimmerman guarding the line near the third base bag.
Now with the right hander up, try and throw some sliders that he will try to pull and possibly turn 2. And this is when I talk about visualizing the situation. Guy on first, no outs, big time in the ball game, big moment in the ball game, and you can't always go for the strikeout, but with one pitch you could possibly get 2 outs and then clear the bases. He definitely has the slider to get that ground ball.
Front door slider. Diaz was leaning out a bit, not expecting that.
Now he overthrows it, and he's done a few of these that he's lucky that the hitter's not looking for it as it hangs up there, comes across for a strike. You saw Will Nieves way outside.
That was similar to the location of the ball he hit out of the ballpark from Olson. 0-2 now. Target away. Had him swinging. Gonzo to Desmond. 4-6-3. Huge double play for the Nats to get the first 2 outs here in the 8th inning.
Slider away, perfectly thrown. He tries to pull it, smacks it right to where Alberto Gonzalez is playing him. And this is just a tailor-made pitcher's best friend 4-6-3. But it's all about the pitch, getting it on the ground. And then with one pitch, you erase 2 outs.
Good thing for the Nats. Drew Storen did not get a glove on that ball. He was reaching for it and didn't miss it by much. No swing on the Omar Infante first pitch. He's had a good day, 2 for 3 with an RBI. And in part-time duty, this guy's hitting .332. Had not had an at-bat in the series until today.
You want to go right after this guy. He's not a power guy. You don't want to have one of those sliders back up on this guy.
Fastball, inside corner, 2-1. Infante, 2 homers this year, 39 in 7 big league seasons.
You see McCann with a bat in his hand on deck.
That would be a straight-up switch for the catcher's spot. Then he can save Eric Hinsky for later. And that'll even the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Fonte very late on that 94.
Bases empty, 2 outs, and a 2-2 pitch. Davis sets up outside. That ball drilled to right center. Nyjer Morgan tracking it. Morse is there as well. Another tweener, and it's taken care of by the right fielder, Drew Storen. A scoreless 8. Nats still lead by 1. Local Ford dealers. Your local Ford dealer invites you to experience Ford like never before. Ford, drive one, and by H.H. Gregg. We make buying TVs and appliances simple. H.H. Gregg, price and advice guaranteed. Phillies are coming to town after this series is over tomorrow night. 7:05 first pitch. Ryan Howard, the old grinder, Jimmy Rollins. They did DL Shane Victorino, but Raul Ibanez starting to warm it up. They have Placido Polanco back healthy. Craig Stammen, tough assignment. 2-4, 5.5 ERA. And the Nats are just 5-12 in his 17 starts this year. We are expecting the Phillies to throw Roy Oswalt, having obtained him from Houston today, and he magically appears with a Phillies cap on, ready for his start tomorrow night. How about that? That's the best 3-4-2 for a 6-12 pitcher you'll ever see. Here's Eric Hinsky, who's playing first base now. Double switch by the Braves. And the new pitcher is right-hander Takashi Saito. Up and away for a ball to Ryan Zimmerman, 0-for-2 with a walk. Adam Dunn, Josh Willingham to follow here in the 8th. By the way, the Braves pitcher is batting 4th, and Hinsky on the double switch, hitting 9th. So the Braves will be able to bat McCann, Cabrera, and Hinsky, all lefties in the top of the 9th.
As with many Asian pitchers, Saito has a stop or a pause in the middle of his delivery. It's all about deception in the Japanese major leagues.
Three and 1.
Pitch is pretty close right here by Saito. 1-2. It's going to be right on the edge. So McCann maybe try to help it back over.
Pardon me, scoreboard had it wrong. 2-2.
See, Ross is still.
Well, evidently it was 3-1. All right. Now it's 3-2. Target away. Zimmerman gone as Mike Riley's strike zone has stretched after the rain here. Wow. This ought to be interesting.
Showed you how close the other fastball that was called a ball was. This one just on the edge of our pitch track. That time Saito got the call.
Here's Adam Dunn. Shift is on. 1 out, bottom of the 8th. Adam Dunn drills this ball left center, and it is well out of here. The Nats have a 2-run lead on Adam Dunn's 24th of the year. His first homer since the opposite field shot last week against Edinson Volquez in Cincinnati. Rob, that was a laser.
Well, and give Adam a lot of credit. He just watched Saito strike out Ryan Zimmerman on these two-seam fastballs that he was throwing, running back in. He throws a two-seamer, bam! And it's just leaving the ballpark quickly. So that is paying attention, knowing the guy out there on the mound. You get the pitch that you're looking for, and he just jumped all over it.
I mean, we've seen Adam hit some towering fly balls the other way for home runs. That thing got out of here faster than anything we've seen off of his bat.
Lazy.
Wow. 5-3 Nats. 2 homers on the day, Desmond and Dunn. Willingham, he kind of hits a billiard shot to the other side of the diamond with lots of English on it. Taken care of by Hinsky, 2 outs.
Okay, Kyle, you're on the hook for this stat. Nats are 32-22, Bob, when they homer. I'm just kidding.
Nats tickets. Big weekend coming up. 888-632 Nats. Keep in mind, we told you a lot of Philly fans will be making their way down here for the weekend. It's up to our fans to keep control of the ballpark. Here's Michael Morse, 1 for 2, RBI grounder, hit by a pitch, scored a run, and a base hit. All 3 of his at-bats have been productive today. And I think you all know who's ready in the bullpen.
Is that Miss Iowa down there?
No, but I hear she may be throwing the first pitch tomorrow night. There's a story going around.
Miguel Batista told me before the game.
He sent her flowers, I heard.
Sent her flowers. He told me she's coming to throw out the first pitch. I didn't know it was that quickly. What is he sending a jet for, too?
That is awesome. That is so great.
Well, she's getting a lot of publicity out of this.
Yeah, and then that's going to win some new fans in Iowa over in Cubs territory.
But I totally understand what he said. And what he said was, listen, you expect Miss Universe. It's Miss Iowa. And all of a sudden you look at her and you go, hey, she's beautiful, too. And he didn't mean it as a slam on her. He was just saying he got booed when he came into the game, and he hadn't even thrown a pitch.
Well, he turned them to cheers, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He did quite well in the talent portion of the competition.
Levon was saying, well, why don't you let her come in the clubhouse? And Levon was saying he would put on a Speedo.
Debbie Taylor confirms that she will be here tomorrow night, Miss Iowa. That'll be cool. You know, you take something that happens when maybe a couple people got upset, you make it a positive, you have fun with it.
I still want to see Levon in the Speedo.
Oh, please.
And see what Miss Iowa has to say. Well, she did want to see Miguel in a swimsuit.
I think Levo looks better in a
uni
baseball uniform, or I hear he looks pretty good with a golf shirt on too, the way he hits the ball. Morse is gone. Big strike zone, big fly. Adam Dunn, his 24th of the year, and going into the 9th now, the Nats have a 2-run lead over the Braves. Going to make a couple of changes here. Michael Morse will come in from right field to play first base for the 9th inning. Roger Bernardina will come in and provide speed and great arm in right field. And here's Matt Capps. Had the save here on Tuesday night, and now he's going for number 26. Of course, Matt, a Georgia boy. Very meaningful for him to pitch any ball game, especially against the Braves. And Brian McCann will lead off the bottom of the 9th. So 3 tough left-handed batters here stand in Matt Capps' way. That was a huge run provided by Adam Dunn. Capps is batting 4th, by the way. Bernardina 2nd.
It's kind of a good thing we didn't put the tarp back on and wait for the storm.
Yeah, they determined that second cell was going to miss the ballpark. And things have worked out nicely, but a little more work to do. Brian McCann swings through that one. McCann this year as a pinch hitter, 1 for 5 with an RBI. Started the first 2 games of this series. And McCann went 1 for 7 with a single and a walk.
There's our defense. McCann not being fleet of foot. We can stick our second baseman out in short right field.
Fastball up, and it's 1-2.
Call it the McCann switch. Or shift, excuse me.
Nationals trying to win their 10th game of the month. And a 1-2. McCann fouls it straight back.
Hit something metal and came back.
Get some interesting caroms off of that limestone wall back there. And some of the advertising that goes with it. Relatively close to home plate it is back there.
Reminds me of Wrigley. Throw a pass ball and kick off that wall, come right back.
One and 2 the count. Off the plate inside, ball 2.
Tried to do exactly what Saito did. A little bit different though with a lefty up there and Zimmerman, but run that 2-seamer back across the right side of the plate. Do it again.
McCann getting some good hacks here.
Well, that was too much of the plate right there. You saw Will Nieves set up way outside, and that ball ran right back across the plate. I don't want to give him too many shots at that kind of pitch.
2-2, target away. Ground ball. A ways to go here for Gonzalez. Plays it beautifully.
What a play.
He had to cover some serious ground just to get to that
ball. Well, this is the pitch sequence. This is going to be all over the strike zone. Sinker away, about 95, 92 away. Then he tries to come up with a sinker. Throws another one across the plate. Tries a back or front door sinker. Supposed to go away down the center, and then he just jams the heck out of McCann, breaking his bat, and Alberto Gonzalez makes an amazing play at second base. And remember, he was 20 feet out in right field, so he had to come about 40 feet to make that play and throw out McCann at the same time.
Here's Melky Cabrera with one out. Cabrera 0 for 2 with a walk today, but he's had 3 hits in the series. 3 for 8 with 2 walks. That's a perfect fastball. By the way, Mike Riley's calling the strikes right now. You don't have to throw it over either half of the plate to get a strike. Anywhere near that outside corner appears to be a great place to be. Tried to pull the outside pitch. Gonzalez is there.
Gonzo got that ball, was standing there waiting for Michael Morse to actually get to the base to throw him out.
But you know, we've talked about this before, Rob. That's a young player who needs to be on the field in the 9th inning when you have the lead. And Jim Riggleman admitted he'd kind of forgotten about Alberto for a while, but now knows how important he is. Here's Hinske with 1 out to get.
As good a utility infielder as there is in the major leagues. He can play any position, and if the ball's hit anywhere near him, he's going to scoop it up.
Hinske goes up hacking and fouls it. Hinske left field first 2 games of this series. And he was 2 for 6 with both of those hits coming on Tuesday night. All that is a loud strike, and it's 0-2. Nationals trying to win their 44th game of the year and their 27th here at home. And the 0-2 pitch.
This pitch doesn't miss by much.
And that's a great 0-2 pitch because at the very least you're pushing this guy off the plate.
Well, Hinske stands right up on the dish with his hands over the plate, and that's just a beautiful 2-seam fastball that comes back across the plate.
What a great 0-2 pitch.
I guess it was too late for Mr. Riley.
Fastball up, it's over. The Nationals win the series, and they lead the Braves 5-4 in the season series, winning this one 5-3 today. Homestand is off to a good start with the Phillies coming in for 3. And by the way, that's 8 consecutive saves for Matt Capps now without failing to get one in his 26th of the year. Nats win at 5-3. More from Nationals Park in a moment. A series win against the first place Braves.